Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to European Universalis.
Alright, so when last we left off, we had just won this war against England, and I now have been trying to figure out exactly how I want to handle things. So I've decided that I'm not going to continue developing my capital for right now. I think that it's a bad idea for me to just sit here after having taken all this territory and just rest on my laurels. There's a decent chance that a coalition is going to form over here right now, because these guys are at minus 56% aggressive expansion. France is not going to join, and Scotland will also not join. So if a coalition forms with the Irish miners down here, I can just fabricate a claim on Leinster and then attack all of these guys and basically annex all of Ireland. That's something that can be done and should be done. But basically what's happening here is I want to get colonialism, but I don't have the presence necessary. Now, we have it in 2.8% just from having taken these provinces, and my goal is going to be, hey, you all have colonialism, so I'm going to just annex you all and take it. So we're going to be taking it that way. It's going to be a militaristic form, and that's that. In addition, I want to be finishing... I want to fabricate some claims here now that I have all this territory. And I have a couple options here. I could, if I wanted, release Northumberland, which I could then utilize to... This actually has a very low amount of stuff to it right now. This is a very low development vassal. Also, if I did create a vassal out of Cumbria, because of the fact that this would be their capital and it has a castle, it would mean that I would have a rank 3 castle here instead of a rank 2. Because it's such a low development province, it's not going to have a meaningful impact over here, so I think that might be worthwhile. And these two provinces are also kind of shitty, so maybe I should just get rid of all the crappy provinces and keep the good provinces, so namely these two provinces, and then just expand that way. Just giving the weak provinces that are still going to have a massive amount of unrest to a vassal, while keeping the better provinces for myself. I think I'm actually going to do that. We're going to do a weird hybrid approach here. And so, for instance, let's see here. Oh, first I need to figure out who I want to fabricate a claim on. So we don't want to fabricate claims on Northumberland or Yorkshire, because neither of those are things that we need a claim on. We're going to be forming something that has a claim. So one thing that I could do is if I form Wales and this nation, then I'll have two separate vassals here, one of which has a claim on Cornwall, because Cornwall is considered to be... oh, never mind, I'm a dope. I don't know why I thought that. I thought that because it's Welsh. The culture is Welsh. So I wouldn't get anything out of adding these guys except reduced... problems in my nation. So I'll consider it, but I'm not definitely going to do it. We're going to go ahead and... go to create a subject. We're going to release Northumberland. And we can now go to our subjects. And enforcing religion changes liberty desire by plus 100% as opposed to plus 50%. Gonna go ahead and do this. So Northumberland is now instantaneously converted to, well, not, the country is converted to Norse. And let's see here. The rest of this stuff I think I'm probably just gonna keep, especially with it being a plus 100 to liberty desire as opposed to plus thinger. So My diplomatic reputation is really terrible. I maybe should have waited. But that's fine. So the hope is that France doesn't set me as a rival and then decide to help them out. So for now, we're almost ready. We're going to start fabricating claims on the important things. So Marches is important to take. Derbyshire is not. Gloucestershire and Somerset. So we're going to take a claim on these 3 provinces. So Marches, Gloucestershire. Oh, we already had a claim. So because we already had a claim, we're not quite there yet. So we'll have those claims ready. And let's see here. What else do we want to do? Guess we're going to not core anything because we can't yet. And just chill. Ah, the other thing that I wanted to do, we can get this missionary strength bonus if we convert them to Norse. So we're going to go ahead and convert Ulster to Norse. I think that that's going to be valuable. And we need to unpause the game. And here's my missionary. What? Shit, France just set me as a rival. Why can't I do this? Where's my missionary? I just canceled the missionary, didn't I? Okay, there we go. Alright, so we're now sending our missionary over here. It's going to take a long time, but it should be useful. So, let's see here. So we have these guys forming coalitions against us. We don't like that. Unfortunately, France did set me as a rival, which means that... Which is weird, actually. Because they already had their rival slots filled. So they just canceled one of their rivals and replaced it with me. Okay, so we can now fill 2 rival slots here. We can set Castile as a rival, and we can set France as a rival. So we'll now have 3 rivals, which will be good. We'll be getting +3 from that per year, which means that we're going to be stable for now. And let's see here. We're going to wait. We just have to hope that France doesn't. So England set me as a rival. And let's see here. We can send these light ships to protect trade if we want. I think I'm gonna send 5 of these with the Explorer to explore Mediterranean Sea. We now have an actual baseline area. And now we have these guys who we can have protect trade in. I think I'm going to send them to the Caribbean. And I'm going to swap up my traders here. We currently hold 38% of the trade here, so I'm going to send somebody to collect trade here. I'm going to send this person. And we're going to send someone to transfer trade power. So hopefully that works to give us some extra money. And if it doesn't, then we're just going to have trubs. So as long as we don't end up with France joining this coalition, we should be okay. I'm gonna go ahead and fabricate the claim on Somerset. Alright, and now we are going to start fabricating a claim on Leinster. And we're not going to make this stuff core quite yet because of some reason that I hadn't in my little head. What was it? What was I waiting for? Ah, I have the wrong deity, don't I? Yes, I have Njord right now. Okay, so we're going to just wait on this for now. We're currently losing a substantial amount of money. Predominantly because of my advisors. But I'm going to keep this guy here. This guy here we don't need. This guy's way more expensive than he's worth. So we're going to change this guy, get our diplomatic reputation increased, which will help us out here. And we need to start fabricating some other claims. So these guys are all part of a coalition against me. And I'm going to start fabricating claims on Scotland, because there's a pretty good chance of these guys pulling Scotland into a war against me. We're still losing money. And fleet maintenance is pretty substantial right now. But these kinds of carracks do not come cheap, so... Once we get the correct deity, which will be this month, I believe. It's next month. So on the 31st of next month, we're going to be getting our person done. Once this is done, I might get rid of that missionary. He's very expensive. But at the same time, while he is expensive, he's also really useful. Okay, we have an election. We can go ahead and pick another bureaucrat. And this allows us to swap ourselves over to coring costs. Oh, lovely. This is a great guy. He's got minus 10%. Son of a bitch. Okay, well. Go ahead and core all of this. We cannot core Ulster yet because we are currently converting it, which I think is more important for now. We have these guys causing problems for us. We can always just increase our autonomy there. And I think I'm going to do that. Where is this place? Pátzcuaro. Okay, so now we're going to be just building up a thing here in England. We're not going to do anything more substantive than that. And our trade is not great right now. I'm going to take the prestige. Let's take a look here. So we're moving 3 ducats this way. And we are collecting a marginal amount in this node. Why do we have such a small amount of trade here? Oh, because this isn't my primary trading port, which is having my effectiveness, I think. So this means that a lot of money is being lost. I could designate one of these provinces as my primary trading post, but I don't think that that's a good usage of diplomatic power. Oh, can I do that without... No. See, yeah, it costs 200 diplomatic power. And 200 diplomatic power is a lot of diplomatic power to waste on this. And I call it a waste because I want to be moving it to London eventually. So let's take a look here. So basically what's happening here is because we don't have really solid control of any of the endpoints, we can't really get the trade to do what we want it to do. So we can move plenty of trade to a location. The problem is that we don't have the ability to then collect it anywhere. So we're basically eating about a quarter here. So we have 63 provincial. Oh, we don't actually have any light ships present yet, so hopefully that will change things. Oh wait, I sent them to the Caribbean. Well, that explains a lot. Okay, we're going to protect trade in Chesapeake Bay. So that gives us an additional 0.3, but that's not really very much. Yeah, I think that right now we're going to be better off just collecting from trade here. That gives us a 10% bonus, and collecting from trade here. Alright, so once we get up to 20, we can go ahead and declare war on these guys. So if we do declare war, it will call in pretty much all of Ireland alongside Scotland. And then we can just do a massive war there. I think, actually, that Scotland will not be pulled into this war. Alright, so we're finishing the coring here. One great thing about coring cost reductions is that you can... It reduces the time it takes as well. So it makes it much faster to have all these coring cost reductions. So this year we're going to finish our coring. And once we finish coring these provinces, we can, if we so please. So this is getting... So Cumbria is being converted, and Ulster is being converted. We want to convert all of these provinces as fast as we can, because we need... So Northumbria and Liberty Desire is... So Lancashire just got converted. And this has Religious Zeal probably now. But we can make these states now. So Lancashire, can we make you a state? Yes. So we can turn this... Why is this going to increase our finances by so little? So we can't do this state yet. So this is part of Northumbria, so this is a state, but that's okay. So let's take a look here. This should have increased this bonus. This is now 3.3% just from that one province becoming higher in value. So we can now fabricate our first claim over here. And it occurs to me that because of the fact that Scotland, I don't think, will be called to arms. I'm going to find out, but I don't think Scotland will be called to arms here. We should be able to easily annex our way through all of this territory. And I'm pretty sure we can take all of Ireland in one war. And there will be a bunch of rebel factions, which is great for us because the different factions won't add to the same faction. Okay, so we need to send as many troops over at once as we can. And let's see. Northumbrian Liberty Desire is, of course, going down. And we can now declare war on Leinster. So, if we declare war on Leinster, they will not be able to call their own allies. So, all of these people are treated as co-belligerents. They cannot take provinces, so we're going to go ahead and declare this war right now. Or, sorry, they can't call Ireland into the war. So, Leinster has no allies whatsoever, and all that's going to happen is 3 enemies are going to be brought into war against me, and I'm going to just annex them all. That, of course, might piss off the French. I probably should have moved these troops into Ulster before I declared war as opposed to after, but, you know, it's all good. So we're going to move these guys into Glamorganshire. I don't think that there's going to be any fortresses here, because I don't think that these guys can afford forts. Forts. I don't think they can afford a forts. And we now have 30,000 troops chilling in Ireland, ready for action. So we're going to move over here. We're going to take this pale place. I'm going to leave one guy behind and move down here. Because, I mean, they can't come from secret locations if I'm going in there. Chimu occupied. Wait, what? Oh, Chimu joined the coalition. I didn't notice this. Shit. That's perfect. Do I want to build? Yeah, we're going to build 5,000 mercs there. And these guys are moving all of their troops together. They have 19,000 troops, all things said and done. They don't have a great leader, so I'm not going to even try to just move these guys here. So we're going to siege down Leinster, and we have all these guys here. I hope that we have a decent... Yeah, they only have a rank 6 military, so we should be able to go in there and take them out. It didn't occur to me that I had to pay attention to my western flank. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and leave a siege here. And we're going to send these guys here. We're going to detach a blockade, and then we're going to send them here. And should we detach a blockade here? Alright, so our goal right now is to... Unfortunately, we do have to pay careful attention to both sides simultaneously. Wait, I can still explore further in the Mediterranean? Why? What? Why didn't you fully explore this last time? Okay, we're gonna explore the American East Coast Sea. Oh, this stuff finished coring? Is that what the... I don't know. We're gonna go ahead and frame a claim on Shire. And this is a level 3 fort. So we're actually gonna need more troops. Okay. Once we take once we take out this army, which will happen eventually. I'm just gonna split this navy in half and send half of it over here. This allows us to ensure that we're blockading everything. We have a total of 30,000 troops here, so once we finish both of these sieges, that's when I'll go in. I want to take out all the options for where they can retreat to. So we have Welsh separatists. Oh, I can make this a state now. Okay, perfect. So we can core all these provinces. Okay, we currently have 17 states. Let's take a look at our technological stuff. 4.3%. So if we take all of this, I think that'll be sufficient for our needs. Unfortunately, we are going to be accruing war exhaustion. And I'm going to build 4,000 more troops over here, but they're going to be proper troops instead of mercs. So here's the question. How am I going to handle these Welsh separatists? I'm going to give the clergy control of this province. And... oh, that's why I'm so poor. I forgot about that. So I have a disloyal estate. The Merchant Guild is currently disloyal. So I'm losing like 20% just from that. So this is a place that actually has good stuff. So let's do that. Oh, I guess I'm only losing 10% to trade efficiency. But 10% trade efficiency is a lot, especially when you make as much money out of trade as I do. So we need... God, how much does this suck? We're having to, like, chase these guys all the way to the south end of Peru. It's gonna take so long. Not realizing that I was gonna be at war with those guys is really a big problem. We're losing a lot of money to that, too, probably. Okay, so we're gonna end up going into debt here, and that's okay. So once we've converted the religion in Ulster... Okay, so we finished that siege. And my navy's now under attack. Forgot about the fact that I would want to have all of my ships here for this. Alright, so we're at 55% war score. And if we take everything except Leinster... Oh wow, we can't really take shit. Why is everything costing so much? These guys are co-belligerents. So that's interesting. For some reason, despite the fact that these guys are co-belligerents, the war score cost is still ridiculously high. So I think what I'm going to do is, rather than actually take a bunch of territory from these guys here, I'm going to... I guess I can't really build a spy network right now. I want to take out Leinster itself. And I think I can do that if I just take out this army. I don't even need the force down south. I think they were a waste, because what I'm going to be able to do is just end the war right here. I don't actually have any ticking war score or battle war score, and by winning this fight here, which we should conceivably win... Holy shit. It's closer than I would have liked. Okay, we get the Wave of Devotion. I can totally understand why it would be a closer battle than you expect, but that's terrifying. And we are going to... We're not going to increase the... We are going to do this. We need to start converting these provinces before the damn other folks can. Do I need to consolidate these regiments? Not yet, anyway. Okay, so Leinster is still not willing to peace out and give me what I want. We do have some revolts going on in our territory. We're now at 70%. Come on, guys. Seriously? So I can take provinces from their allies, but not from them. That's really funny. Alright, so the thing that isn't actually the war goal, yeah, that I can do, but for whatever reason, I can't just take the damn war goal. There we go. We can now take the war goal. I guess this war was worth it. We have the claim, so it's going to be easy to core, and we're done, I guess? Okay, so we could take these 3 provinces. If we do this, France will join a coalition. If we do this, France will not join a coalition. So, interestingly enough, just taking Leinster is probably my best bet. So this prevents major coalitions from forming. It's taken the coalition out. We can go ahead and delete all of the mercs that we have down here. That we wasted all that money on. But we now have a few troops down there to play around with. And send these guys over to Leinster. Where's my navy? So these fleets can go ahead and just bring... The Welsh separatists are really not a problem. There's only 12,000 troops. And 12,000 is just not very many. Alright, so separatist rebels are a thing. We unfortunately had to deal with the separatists before we won the fight. Can I just put all these guys in here? No, I didn't think so. Now, I'm not going to consolidate my armies despite the fact that we don't have enough reinforcements, because I just don't think it's a good idea. Okay, now our goal with any war with Scotland is to recognize that, holy shit, if we go in against them directly, we're going to end up in a war with France. Alright, so we've dealt with these folks. They are gone. We can now core both of these. And once those are cored, should have an easier time. Let's take a look right now at how close we are. 5%. Have this person explore. North Atlantic. Alright, so we have provincial unrest still, but the provincial unrest is largely irrelevant now. I'm going to go ahead and reduce autonomy in these places because we can. And let's see, we can go ahead and reduce the autonomy here as well. So that's going to increase the amount of unrest that we have, but again, the unrest isn't really that relevant. We're just gonna pray for the best. Alright, so we've got... By doing that, we've increased this to 6.6%. So we are going to need to get more claims. We keep building a spy network in England, and we can continue this spy network as well. So the question here is, who are we going to get? I guess we need to get our claims on Thomond. So we're going to need to get a couple of claims on these guys. I don't really want to declare war on Scotland directly, because I have concerns about the whole French situation. So this has been converted to Reformed. We're currently converting this province already, so I don't think it's going to be getting converted by these guys. The problem is that because of the religious zeal effect, we're not going to be able to convert these provinces back. So we're coring this, Hopefully it'll be... I guess I should probably chill these guys in Lancashire, since that's the place that we'd end up with separatists. Alright. So, we can chill for a while. We have a truce with these guys until 1530. And we have a truce with you until when? That's actually relatively long truce. I don't want to declare war on these guys while I'm preparing for a war with England. Like when I'm that close to a war with England. So let's take a look at England. The English army is very small. They've gotten rid of all their mercs, and so they're now down to a very tiny army. They can build mercs very quickly, though. As well, they don't have one of their forts. But actually, because they don't have Cumbria, they do not have fort coverage. I can go straight east into Yorkshire and then follow this all the way down to London, which means that I should have access to almost every province that they have. I think every province except Kent. So we should be in good shape to go after them. Let's see, we're going to go after the Baltic Sea, I guess. Let's do this. Since it's bound to happen anyway, we might as well. And we're still losing money. Our finances really cannot sustain these carracks. So we're just going to have to take more territory until we can sustain the carracks that we have already. This fleet is a substantial enough fleet to handle pretty much anything that we're going to come across over here. Desmond is now allied with England. So that's interesting. If we go after England, we'll have to fight who are you allied with? Desmond and Utrecht. So Desmond is largely irrelevant. We can deal with them pretty easily. So I think that our plan here is, first of all, prevent taking territory that the French have claims on. Okay, so let's take a look here. How are we doing? We've got 6.6% still. Now, the other thing is that I can actually do, let's see, Baltic Sea coast. I don't remember what. I could get a claim on Derbyshire. We have a pretty decent amount of time available to us right now. Okay, we'll grant them New World Charter again. We could do this. It puts them 5. You know, we're going to just do it. Increases our land maintenance modifier and reduces the growth that we have. But at the same time, it's such a huge boost that we get that I think that overall it increases the amount of troops that you get over that specific time frame. So, Glamorganshire is done, and we can now take a look here. Do we have any... Yeah, Leinster we can convert soon. We're going to send this to the cheapest place. Also, whenever we feel comfortable doing so, we can swap ourselves to... let's see, do we want a claim on any of this stuff? What is Rio Grande? Oh, Rio Grande is some colony they've made. Let's see. Derbyshire is not a great province. But there's no reason not to have as many claims as possible. It would be great to be able to declare a holy war on them, but there's no way this next war is going to be a holy war. I think that we're going to try... Let's see, we have 87. Oh, and this is the guy who has the negative tax modifier. Oh, lovely. So we end up with 2 people with negative shit in a row. We're going to go ahead and confirm Odin, because I don't think we have... I don't think we'll need to core within the next 4 years, but you never know. And you honestly sometimes do, and I do right now know that I'm not going to be coring in the next 4 years. I don't have a truce with Scotland, but I'm certainly not going to be attacking them, because I have to fight France. So I'm not going to be attacking them. I could bring my troops down and start taking territory down south, but I honestly don't want to. I do want to start stockpiling my resources. So let's see here. We're going to be getting courthouse soon. Our institutions are getting there. 6.6 right now. Is this cord now? And this is being converted to reformed. Why can't I make Leinster into a state? Why can't I make you a state? I have states available, right? Pretty sure I was at 17. Oh, because I haven't... Oh, Ulster is also part of the same state? Oh. That's useful. I didn't think that something that far away would be, but it makes sense. Okay, so that's really useful. What fleet is this? Oh, it's just my transports. Okay, we're gonna explore the Mediterranean some more, I guess. We keep getting access to more of it. Oh hey, Ulster is now cored. We can now convert this into a state. We can now core these provinces. And drop the local autonomy. So the local autonomy in these 2 provinces is now lowered. Which brings us up to 9.7%. That's very good. So we're going to be able to do this now. All we have to do is figure out where we're going to increase local autonomy. Not in this. This is too small. We go ahead and do it, actually. Increase the local autonomy in some of these mini places. 9.8. Not in the gold province. $9.9. This should be enough. That's 10 right there. And that's strange. That's very strange. So it says it needs to be in 10 and it's only in 10. So you guys are dopes. So we'll just do this one, I think. I think that should be enough to get it to stop being confused. Or not. This is a reasonably nice province, but we're doing it anyway. Alright, so there we go. So now we just need to take out 2 loans, and that will do it for us. So our inflation is currently stagnant. We can afford to take out these loans right now. Embrace colonialism. That gives us a 10% provincial trade power modifier, which is very useful considering that that gives us a massive boost over here. Let's see. We can now give some territory to the traders. Will be who? There we go. Give that to the Merchants Guild. Okay, so we just spent all of our money getting colonialism, and that allows us to get personal officers, but we don't want it yet because we're going to be reducing our costs right now. So for instance, we have a Blade spy network in Scotland. We're going to just continue accumulating our spy network in Scotland for now. We don't want to declare war on Scotland next. So instead of declaring war on Scotland, we're going to be using that as a means of getting additional technological boosts. So professional officers here is going to be really, really cheap once we get a sufficiently large spy network with them. And once they get up to rank 11 military, it's going to be even more. I don't know if I'm going to wait quite that long. That seems like it might be a excessively long time to wait, but we'll see. Okay, so we have 25 years before the next institution spawns. We have Catholic zealots who have a chance of spawning. And where are they? Catholic zealots in Ulster. So, since those guys are the current... Why would they be spawning in Ulster? Ulster is Norse right now. That's weird. Alright, well, moving these guys over here. We can go ahead and fabricate a claim on one of these, probably Pale. So we can now declare war on Thomond whenever our peace treaty with them is over. That will bring us into a war with Scotland, and we can take our claim from Scotland if we want during that war. These guys are currently at negative 41. So we finished exploring the Mediterranean Sea. And Leinster has been converted to reformed. Go ahead and coast. So, do you have... $1551? What? That's insane. That is way, way too long. That's such a ridiculously long time before I can convert these damn provinces. Oh well. So, we need to make sure that when we're... See, like, this province, I probably should have just waited to core this and then sent these guys here, because now I have to wait for 50 years, basically, before they can start converting. So, what would my power be here? This is a center of trade, a center, so local missionary strength of -5%, but it's Scottish, so it's considered to be a accepted culture in that manner. So, I guess I can, this is relatively equivalent. So we have 5, so we have 7% right now. So we could do it, but we'd end up with a total value, assuming that it's similar. We'd end up with a total value of less than 1% per month, and the religious seal would wear off first, so we would end up never doing it. So we'll be able to do that once we have the religious ideas done. So let's take a look here. We're waiting on our spy network to be a little bit more developed in Scotland. I think I'm going to just wait until I have a 100% spy network in Scotland before I bother. Alternatively, we have a lot of people doing counter-espionage on us. So one thing that I could do is I could start building... No, I'm going to just keep building these spy networks and not worry about it. These spy networks serve multiple functions. I don't want to be building my technology yet anyway, because I want to wait until I can pick Snotra. And I'm not going to be able to pick Snotra until... Whoa! English separatists are spawning up. So who's going to spawn first? Almost definitely the English separatists. So I'm going to move these guys over here. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm going to keep these guys here. These guys we're going to move over here. And just move them over to Gwynedd. Yeah, I don't want to attack these guys without my full force anyway. So we're actually... We have 26 ships, which is enough to move almost all of our troops at once. Just move them over here. Nope, never mind. Never mind. Keep them in Gwynedd. It's all good. So we can make new states, but we don't want to. We're going to be trying to take all of this territory as states. And let's see here. We're going to explore... Atlantic South America, I guess. I guess what we're going to do is we're going to leave these guys here. So our hope is that we finish these separatists off. And Oh shit. We're gonna take out another loan. That sucks. So we're gonna have a lot of interest, but it's okay. Our financial situation should be getting substantially better in a relatively short time frame. Unfortunately, we were discovered there. So by the time my merchant gets back, I should probably be able to do stuff over there. How many loans do we have? 4? We have 4 loans, which is resulting in a reasonably decent amount of... Oh, hello. So Desmond just lost their entire army. So these guys will be willing to join a coalition against me. I don't think that Desmond will. Let's see here. Can we... Yep. Can we just start building a spy network here again? Now, this is going to be in 1930. I need to make sure that I have a person in June of that year already available, because they will join a coalition against me, almost guaranteed. Oh, actually, they won't. They won't be willing to join a coalition. They'll be below the cutoff point. So that's great. So longtime rivals 15, and embargoing England is sufficient for that. Are these guys... They're not done yet. Okay. Alright, so where is my... I'm not going to get rid of this advisor until I feel more comfortable with what I've got. So let's take a look here. Neither of those things are things that I'm willing to do right now. So... already have someone here, and I haven't actually explored the coastline here, so... Oops. I need to explore that coastline so I can take control of those trade nodes. I guess it doesn't really matter that much, but matters a little. Hello? So this is a pretty good province. We're going to send them over here, and that will allow us to take control of Lenape as well. So, let's see. Oh, shit. 1 stability is worth more than 100 diplomatic power. Because at some point I'm going to have to spend to increase my stability. I mean, that's not a guarantee, but it's almost... it's close to a guarantee. So, our government is running in the black again, which is good. And we have Leinster separatists that I didn't realize were about to spawn. So, whoops. These Catholic zealots still have not shown up. And these guys have less mobility than me, so I don't think I should suffer a crossing penalty here. But I have been wrong in the past. We have plus 7% missionary strength right now. It's so crazy. And we are suffering a crossing penalty, even though I don't feel like we should be. Just goes to show you I should have taken Pale. I'm gonna go ahead and move these to here. Lose a massive quantity of troops. So losing stability is better than losing Republican tradition. We're going to be getting into the 90s soon. And once we have somewhere in the 96 range of Republican tradition and we have a good person that we want to keep around for a while, we're just gonna do that. The other thing is, who are you allied with now? Desmond and Utrecht. So Desmond doesn't have an army currently. Go ahead and explore the Atlantic South American coast. So, our tech costs are reasonably low right now, but they're not as low as we want them to be, so we're not going to be spending here. Especially on diplomatic technology, since we don't have anybody that we can conveniently steal tech from. I'm gonna go ahead and move these guys in here. And there we go. Okay, so I need to take a look at England's navy. England's army looks like what? England's army is non-existent right now, but I need to pay attention to what their force limit is. So England can pretty much instantly just build up to their force limit, and there's not a lot that I can do to stop them from doing so. So there's that. So they have up to 25,000 troops. In addition, they are not, their army is not near me, as in they're not near where I have troops. So let's see, we're currently at 4,200 in order to fully cover there. $67 trade power to this node. It's 22% of all provincial trade power is coming from just London. It's pretty crazy. That's all provincial trade power in the entire node. I don't need a claim on any of these provinces right now. I guess I could get a claim on Cornwall. But I'm not sure if I'm going to want to take that much territory in one war anyway. For now, I think having the spy network being built is a more cost-effective thing. So we're going to go over here. We've renewed a loan. So now we start accumulating inflation, unfortunately. There's not a ton we can do about that. Let's see here. We actually might want to use Deus Vult to attack these guys. We might want to just wait. We're currently not ahead of time. We don't have a great military. So if we wait on attacking England, then we can get Deus Vult, which allows us to take as much territory as we want without worrying about... Shoot, separatists? Seriously? Oh, there's some sort of there. So the Holy Roman Empire has taken a couple of their reforms already. So the Austrians are going to be kind of strong right now. I'm going to have to deal with them eventually, so Pacific South American coast seems like something I should probably be exploring. And do these guys have... Not yet. They haven't formed their colonial nation yet. They're just moving very slowly. There we go. They just formed their colonial nation. You can tell because Caraibos is the colonial nation. I just gained a claim on them because they just came into existence and took one of the claims from Portugal. Alright, so... Tyrone just fabricated a claim on us? Come on, guys. You have got to realize that you have better options than claiming against us. Try fabricating a claim against someone that you can actually beat in a war. They're not even allied with England anymore. They're allied with Desmond. They're allied with Desmond. We're going to stop building this spy network. If we were to go in here, let's take a look at how big of an army Scotland has. Scotland has 17,000 troops in their army, so they actually have a pretty substantial army. But if I were to go after Tyrone instead, then I could annex Tyrone and Desmond at the same time. Annexing Desmond would kick them out of the war. Or sorry, kick them out of the thinger. So we're going to go ahead and fabricate a claim here on Tyrone. What? Somebody else's rebels are causing me problems. Okay, so we can fabricate more claims, but we don't want to yet. And let's see, Southeast Pacific. And start converting Juarez. We should be able to finish converting most of the provinces in South America soon. Alright, so Kola is not existent right now. We don't have to worry too much about that. These guys are doing strange things. I guess not. Tyrone... So let's see what... God damn these people! Oh, they're so terrible. Alright, let's see. We do not have... Okay, we're gonna do tech cost reduction. We're at 80, which is most of the way to where we want to be. We're gonna go ahead and take Courthouse. 368 administrative power for that. Not too bad. And let's see. We can take professional officers right now if we want, but I think that it's better to just wait a bit. If we wait a bit, we can probably do the next two simultaneously, pretty much. Do we have... Yeah. Scotland has better administrative tech than we do. Okay, so there will come a point where we don't need to worry about our efficiency too much, but we have not reached that point quite yet. Okay, so we're at 1528. Okay, colony in Bahia has become self-sustaining. Controlled by somebody, and take Rio de Plata. Okay, so we're going to be getting one more dude. And let's see. Our truce with England ends soon. Do I want to go to war with England as soon as I have the ability to? I'm eyeing this and wondering, but yeah, I think that we're going to go ahead and attack England. We've got enough administrative power coming in that... Wait, what? Son of a bitch. Okay, we're not going to be declaring war on them quite yet. How on earth do we still have separatism over here? Like, we shouldn't be getting separatist rebels without any separatism at all. This is from what? Alright. So we have the Snotra person right now, I believe. And we're almost to 100% with England. So they now have a rank 11 military, which is going to make it so much cheaper. So shit. Okay, so the advancement of the merchant class just happened. That's a problem because that puts them over the limit. So let's see here. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's put them there. We're gonna put them in money. Plutocratic coup is a problem. Can we deal with this? So, in 6 years, granted monopolies will wear off. And New World colonization rights will end in 4 years. So put these guys on autonomous suppression for now. Okay, we're at 937 for military tech, so we might as well start spending it. We're at 100. Okay, we're at 100 for this, and they have a rank 9 military, so we're going to go ahead and do this. 418. We can instantaneously grab 2 tech levels of military tech, putting ourselves pretty much on par with the other militaries. Plus 0.2 infantry shock. This is about a little over a 10% increase in overall throughput for the infantry, and this makes cavalry actually useful again. Let's see. And we can now get the culverin if we want. I think the culverin is a good one. It gives us some shock defense for our troops. And let's see here. We can also get this, but we don't want to. We're just going to stockpile for now. We can now fabricate a claim on Tyrone, and we can stop building a spy network. So, do we want to go against England immediately? I'm thinking probably yes. So, we're not going to be going for the other thing. So, use this in 33. We can use this now. So we can demand administrative support if we want. And we probably should. This puts them up to 60. So if we do both of these things, that gives them plus 30, and plus 30 is what we need. So we're going to establish new world missions, which frankly we should have done earlier. Go ahead and do this. And demand administrative support, and just give them some money. So we now have 150 extra admin power, which puts us pretty close to cap. The hope here is that we can get this to be a little bit cheaper, which we can from our spy network in Scotland. There we go. Oh, right, these guys can just walk in here. Wow, that is... This army was going to go really far for that. Okay, so we can now convert the next province. Ooh. Micaiah is cheap, so why can't we? Okay, send these guys back to here. I'm probably going to have to hire a few mercs for this. Wow, my taxation revenue. Pretty sexy right now. Got plus 50%. So, remove Desmond from the map is a pretty good one. Because I could do this declaration right now. If I declare war on Tyrone, then I can also annex these guys at the same time. What's my... My aggressive expansion with France is pretty small right now. And I'm basically going to be guaranteed to have that get up to an unfortunately high level once I go after England. So I think if I declare war on Tyrone... Tyrone I can't declare war on until I can already declare war. I forgot about that. So... I don't think that going in on Tyrone is a better thing to do. Even with this mission, I don't think it's better to do that than to go after England, necessarily. But at the same time, maybe. Okay, we're going to cap out on next month, so we're just going to go ahead and pop this. And we can get modern theocracy, but modern theocracy doesn't... Oh, right. You know what? This is actually in our best interest. So we're not going to declare on England. We are going to declare on Tyrone. Now, the reason that we're going to be declaring on Tyrone instead is by declaring war on Tyrone, we can take Desmond, but in addition, we save up a little bit more time, excuse me, which we can then use to get modern theocracy alongside Deus Vult. Declaring war on England with Deus Vult would mean that I don't really have any aggressive expansion penalty for taking, or diplomatic costs, for instance, for taking Northumberland and Yorkshire in addition to my claims. So, sure, why not? And let's see. We're going to move these guys over here, so now that we've determined what we want to do. And this truce ends in 1530. So basically what's going to happen here is we're going to send our troops in, and we can declare war on these guys, but that'll bring us in against England. We don't want to go against England yet. Not yet. And am I... Yeah, this is at 10% right now. So April. So in a couple of months, we'll be able to declare war on Tyrone. And we'll go ahead and do that. We don't have anything for Desmond here, but that's just one province. And then the next war against England, we're going to take a 100% war score. In addition, because we're going to take a 100% war score, which is going to make it so that Scotland is willing to join against us, what we're going to want to do... We have twice as many troops here. We'll have a -2, but we're going to be flanking them pretty massively. I think that this is better than waiting. Okay. Our truce has expired with England. We can split this army in half, or this navy in half, rather. Okay, so we're going to annex both of these guys. We probably should have taken the thing for this. If I conquer Yorkshire, I think I'm going to take this colonize Kamagui thing finally, and we'll just colonize that quickly. Does he outbreak for the lose? Okay, we are accruing way too much. We can just move all of the infantry out of here, actually. We don't need the infantry, we can just have the artillery do this on their own. So... who needs infantry when you have a stack of artillery? Okay, so... this will prevent us from accruing a bunch of stuff for no reason. So, Muskin Separatists. Scotland has a -10, thus from aggressive expansion. Oh shit. Okay. We are actually finally in a position where we have a decent amount of religious coherency. So we should be able to increase our stability from now on without too many problems. So we can go ahead and explore the south. You know what? I'm just going to start exploring the bottom thing on the list and not even worrying about it. It doesn't matter if it takes a little longer. We don't need to maximize the time efficiency of that particular thing. So let's see here. I can actually boost my stability again, and I'm going to, because it doesn't cost us any extra, and it allows us to delay on this a bit longer. So we've finally converted yet another territory over here. We still are not out of Nahuatl and Inti provinces, strangely enough. Okay, so what are we doing here? Finish the siege of Cork. Okay, we can go ahead and just annex them. Not quite. Okay, so this puts England in coalition range, which is good to know. But it doesn't put France in coalition range. So we should be fine. Oh, we can't actually get there from here. Alright, so these troops aren't needed down here anymore. And this fleet isn't needed down here anymore either. Okay, Siege of Tyrone is over. We're at 100% war score. We can go ahead and fully annex them. And perfect. We do not see on this list France. So this costs us 39 diplomatic power. That's fine. And we can now core this stuff. Those are expensive cores. Also, I'm a dope. I should have waited. I don't have the -10 from having the correct deity right now. Clergy's demanding control provinces. They can go ahead and take this one. Alright, so we're at 100% spy network here. Oh, god damn it. I'm a dope. So, England and Chimu have entered a coalition together. Which means that when I go against England, I'm going to have to take out these dinky little troops over here as well. So Thomond has joined the coalition as well. I forgot Thomond was an existent entity. I don't know why I just completely forgot about the importance of coalitions. Okay, so this means that I have to worry about... I guess it's not a big deal, though. honestly. I do want to wait to go after England when I can actually get my coring done cheaper. So it's not a huge deal. So since we're relying on our network in Scotland, we're just going to chill on this. And we're going to... Let's build a spy network over here. Oh shit, my advisor died. This guy's so expensive. Okay, I think I'm gonna take the National Unrest guy who's rank 3 and costs as much as a rank 2. Or, alternatively... Definitely don't want that. Alternatively, I could get the cheap one and actually start accumulating money again. So we're gonna do that. Okay, so all these guys are in a coalition. It's gonna take a long time before these guys leave the coalition. Thomond is gonna take a while as well. Scotland is not gonna join the coalition right now. Scotland is pretty uncaring right now. They just don't give a shit about anything. The Muskin separatists are something we should deal with, so I'm going to go over here and increase our autonomy in whatever place it is that they're showing up. Now, my power projection is currently going down. Which is unfortunate. Our vassal has insulted us. Alright, so we're just going to chill here. We are getting modern theocracy eventually. You can see we've got this spy network giving us a pretty nice reduction in the cost. So that's good. And we're going to be picking up Deus Vult next. So we're going to be taking religious ideas. It's going to give us an extra missionary, which is nice. Stability cost modifier, which is nice. And we're going to be getting the +3 missionary strength eventually. So the most important thing, however, is probably the Deus Vult itself, because that's going to give us a really nice bonus to our ability to attack whoever we want, whenever we want, and do as much different stuff as we want. So for instance, with Northumberland, we'll be able to just take these claims that Northumberland has, as well as our own claims, with no increased cost, whereas because they're a different type of claim, this is this is a reconquest and this is conquest. There's no way for me to mix them unless I have the ability to do a holy war. So let's see. So we're going to establish that colony in Kamagui eventually. Unfortunately, our stable resting place for that stuff is pretty low. So do we want a third? Okay, let's take a look at how Portugal's doing over here. So Portugal has taken the majority of this territory. Castile has started to actually colonize finally. And that's good. We don't want to weaken these guys too much. We want them to be okay right up until the point that we just start taking all of their provinces at once. So we have a guy right now who I think sucks. Yes. So we're going to go ahead and take a new bureaucrat. And hopefully he ends up being decent. We'll find out. So we're going to take the tech deity. We want to reduce our tech costs because we're not going to be conquering right now. What is up with these people? Oh my god! This is 3 in a row that have been bad. So the problem with this is that I want to keep this guy because of the fact that my Republican tradition is about to cap out, and I don't want it capping out. Once it's capped out, I'm not getting any benefit out of my Republican tradition gain, so I'm effectively losing monarch points. So we're gonna have to keep this guy for a long time, and he really sucks. Which is some bullcrap. Cork? Cork? What the hell is cork? Oh, it's a province that I just took. Okay, so we have a Catholic province here that we could convert in roughly 1 million years. And I think I'm going to take this now. Actually, I should have taken this earlier. This gives me global settler increase, which the earlier you get it, the better. So I should have taken that as soon as I could afford it just now. And we're going to try to get ahead of time in diplomatic tech, I think. We don't need to stockpile diplomatic stuff. So... So our provincial unrest is substantial. Okay, so we just lost our spy network in England. Or not our spy network, but we lost part of our spy network in England. Let's take a look here. So, rank 11 is available now. Hello, Scotland now has rank 11, but they're not considered my neighbor for some reason. I'm not getting the neighbor bonus from them. I'm gonna take a look at this. Is it people in my region? Is that how it works? With a land connection to its own capital or in the same tech group. So that means that I'm basically relying on someone in East Africa to get the neighbor bonus. That's unfortunate. So I'd need to move my capital if I wanted to get cheaper tech stuff. Okay, so that's good to know. So we can go ahead and start building this later this month. Okay, so we're down to 72 here, but that's okay. Now, we could be moving down here, but I don't really want to be doing that. Why did Charka join the coalition? That is extremely odd. That was such strange timing. Okay, so... expansion is 81. There's no way these guys are going to drop their coalition anytime soon. England might drop out of the thing reasonably soon. And we're just going to wait here until we've got this up to 100. And we might actually wait until I have a decent amount of stuff here. These guys are allied with Thomond and France. So if I were to declare war on them, France would join in. You definitely don't want that. Currently accruing a lot of money. I'm gonna go ahead and insult England. It's not like they don't have a thing right now. Oh, I guess I'm not because I don't have a person. So we're gonna go ahead and fabricate a claim on Connaught. And we're gonna stop building a spy network. So we're probably not gonna get this anytime soon. So I guess I should just not worry about it. There we go. So we now have a maximum rank thing here. So the Blade Spy Network in Scotland is giving us minus 10%. We can go ahead and do that. That gives us a new ideas group. And so we can take the religious ideas group, and immediately we have Days Volt. We also get a reduction to diplomatic annexation cost, which is fine. Okay, so we can get our next missionary soon. And what else do we need? Once I get access to this, do I want... Let's just go in on these guys. Because I could just declare war on the Pakajes here. I have all these claims still. So I could pretty much just annex them. Charua we're not going to do anything to, but I could annex Pakajes in one war. The question is, do I want to, or do I want to stockpile points? If I get 3 more ideas, I get access to Expansionist Empire. So I also get my missionary strength and my missionaries. So I think I'm probably better off waiting. But we need to go ahead and insult England. So we've insulted England. That gives us enough power projection that we continue to get that +1. And we now have positive 10. So what am I going to do here? These guys are losing their aggressive expansion slowly, but they're my rivals, so they're not going to drop out of the thing. These guys are in a coalition against me. They're the only people there. Okay, so the Merchant Guild just lost their dominance here. So we're gonna wait for a bit. Our looming disaster. As a result, I still can't believe we've gotten such consistently bad leaders. So I guess we're gonna do this. There we go. Plus 20% trade efficiency. And we are now caught up on diplomatic technology, which is nice. So we can now explore the West African Sea, I guess. These guys have no idea that we exist. The Ottomans are like, the who? The who to the what now? And we're currently sitting on a nice plus 12 income. As we start to get these places more and more under our control. And do we need the spy network right now? Probably not. No, we don't need it right now. So we can go ahead and fabricate a claim. Oh, we can fabricate claims all over the place now, so... So we can do all of these fabrications. We now have a claim on about half of Scotland, which is useful. Increase to native population in Delaware. So with all these claims on Scotland, if we wanted to declare war on them, we could. And France would be called into the war. Shit. Oh. Okay, so France has how big of a navy right now? So the French Navy is 60 ships strong, which means that we would have to be very careful if we were to declare this war. But we can potentially declare this war while locking in the French Navy and have a reasonably easy time of it. So we're going to go ahead and bring these guys over here, along with whatever other ships I haven't brought over yet. Ah, right, my exploration. So, nice. So we have 2 stability now. And we're basically looking for the French fleet. Because if we can declare war on Scotland and then lock the French fleet in place, we've got some portion of the French fleet there. And I don't know where their transports are. So this is just, yeah, this is just those types of ships. I do not see their transports. Hello! So those are Thomond. Thomond, your flag is way too damn similar to the French. Okay, we have Desmond separatists who are about to spawn, so we're going to go ahead and get ourselves back over here. I just don't know where the French fleet is. And without knowing where the French fleet is, I can't really safely go into Scotland. As soon as I know where the French fleet is, I can declare war while I'm in the same provinces as the French fleet, and then I can take out all of their ships before the war starts, basically. And if I can take out their transports, or at the very least lock them into a port. So France has 8 bark Quark's here. They might be hanging out in down here, and if they're here, my supply ships don't reach this far. So it really comes down. I think they're probably down there. That's probably where their ships are. So if their ships are down there, we just have to sort of watch for them to show up, I guess. But if we don't mess up, let's take a look at how many troops France has. So France has 30 transports, so they can move 30,000 troops at a time. If we catch their transports while they're transporting troops, we can pretty much just wipe out their entire army in one go. And in addition to wiping out their army, that also allows us to lock their ships where we want them. The problem is, Scotland has a navy too, presumably. So the Scottish Navy has... How many ships do you have, Scotland? Scotland only has 3 ships. So Scotland basically doesn't have a navy. So we're basically just looking at, can my fleet beat up the French fleet? And the answer to that question is yes. So we have 35 ships that need to be upgraded, which is all of the transports and the light ships. But upgrading transports is not extremely cost effective. So let's take a look here. I think one of the things that I'm going to do... Do these seriously cost this much? Huh. Is we're going to build 30 barks once we can afford it. That will put us at a comfortably larger navy than they have. I mean, alternatively, I could build... So Cork just got converted to Reformed, which means that I'm not going to be able to convert it to Norse anytime soon. Okay. So we're just going to be exploring the ocean tiles where we can. Oh, my battery's low. Let's fix that. Connected by land to my capital. You know, if we can get enough... If we can get to the point where we actually have a land border with any of these provinces, then we should be able to start getting the neighbor bonus. Okay, so no tech penalties. These guys are in the coalition. They're going to be in this coalition probably forever. So we're going to have to basically destroy the coalition. And the way that we do that is declare war here. That calls Thomond into the war. And I think I can set Thomond as a co-belligerent without them being able to call the... I'm going to actually check that. because I'm not positive. So let's see. Alright, here we go. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So, alright, so it looks like currently, if you it used to work the other way, but if you do declare a co-belligerent, it will call the rest of the coalition in. So we do not want to do that because that's not going to work well for us. But we can declare war on them anyway, and then just take our claims, and we get a bunch of aggressive expansion that doesn't really matter. Except for the fact that France will eventually... Well, France won't because they'll have a truce. Presumably. So let's see here. We have a rebel uprising in Tyrone and Tyrone. Not Tyrone. So in Tyrone, we'll have a rebel uprising soon, as well as in Desmond. So we'll deal with the Desmond rebels, and then do Tyrone, hopefully. Alright, so we're up to half of our maximum manpower. We've got a bunch of claims on Scotland. We have Thomond, who's part of a coalition, but won't be once we declare war here. So we can go ahead and repay a loan. Get our finances in better shape. So to declare war on these guys, we end up in a massive clusterfuck of a war. And are we ready? Okay, because of the fact that I'm going to be paying a bunch of debts, I'm not going to do what I had intended. Instead, we are going to be instead we're going to be doing some other business. So, a second. Ooh, wow, look at that. So we need to colonize. We're going to colonize Kamagui. It's not a great province, but we do get the bonus as well as it being a bit faster to do. Alright, so now we need to decide so we need to, first of all, have... I guess we don't really need him, necessarily. Oh, whoa, whoa. This is an actual French fleet, isn't it? No, it was just a dinky little thing. So, Thomond has... Alright, if we stay here and declare war, these guys will arrive on the 4th. So, by the time... So we're gonna move these guys over here. Do we want to do this right as we're getting a rebel uprising? Like, literally at the same time, because the Desmond Separatists just spawned. That's not too bad. Okay, so we're gonna pop into Cork. And then we're going to move these guys over to Tyrone. Then we'll have Welsh Separatists to deal with as well. The Welsh Separatists are trouble. Okay, let's go ahead and explore. Just gonna keep picking the bottom one. Alright, so we've got 15,000 troops. We use 3,000 troops to restore our armies. And do we want to keep this guy or do we want to gamble on a better guy? I think we're going to keep this guy, honestly, because we don't want to waste our Republican tradition gain. So we're just going to keep this guy for now. And by for now, I mean until he dies, practically, because the longer that you keep the same person in power, the more cost-effective it becomes to keep them in power. So, let's see, we've got military tech here. So we're going to be getting a military tech upgrade before we go into this war, it looks like. And we can declare Deus Vult, which will also be convenient. No expense. Perfect. So that puts us a little bit closer to Thinger. And we can now do Holy Wars. So these guys are allied with these people. Do we have anything else that needs to happen first? I do not believe so. Yes, we need to deal with this other rebel group. So the Welsh and Tyrone Separatists are both about to pop. We don't have the military power to stop them from popping, so... Do we want... Tyrone is grassland or something, right? No, it's woods. So it's all the same, basically. Supply limit here is 30, so I can have my whole army here with no problem. We're just waiting on these guys to spawn. And I could increase this autonomy to get rid of this unrest, but it won't stay gone, so there's no reason to. Okay, so... Come on, people. Just spawn already. And the Welsh Separatists spawned instead. Fine, whatever. Okay. Let's pop over here. And we get an extra missionary. Booyah! So we're doubling our throughput here now, which is very good. And this is grasslands, so that's perfect. We're gonna get these guys the hell out of here before the Separatists spawn directly on top of us. These guys are gonna pop over here. And we'll start. We're gonna do the Nahuatl instead. I don't want to double up on the same religion for now. Let's see. 5,000. Yeah, the other thing that I could do is if I increase my local autonomy here, then I can cut these guys off the list. And if I cut them off the list, I won't have to fight them because I can just sit here for a couple of months and guarantee that they're off the table completely, rather than wait until they spawn and then have to fight them. So, we're going to be declaring war on Scotland here. I can actually offer them an alliance, but I can't offer them vassalization. They have over 100 development, which means that there's no way they'll ever accept it. So, that's too bad. That is too bad. Alright, so as for the fleets, we want to get the fleets locked down, if possible. Now, there aren't a lot of relevant ships right now in this region. We basically have the French Navy that we want to track down, and once we've tracked them down, and by track down I mean sit here until they come to me. Once that happens, we can go ahead and just declare war over here. These guys are going to St. George's Channel already. They are not locked in, but now they're locked in. So if I declare war now, I'll take out the Thomond fleet as well as the French, part of the French fleet. And they don't have any Carracks here, so it should be okay. So France has how many ships now? France has a total of 60 ships, but they're almost exclusively light ships and transports. I don't think that their navies can really tolerate a fight against my navy. So, okay, I think that we're set. I'm going to go ahead and figure out why it is that I'm too low. I got below a point that I needed to get to, so I'm gonna go ahead and okay, so we're gonna do a holy war, but just one moment first. Sorry about that. So to answer your question, Greg, the way that I'm making this much money with this many soldiers is largely because I have control of all of Mexico and half of Peru, which gives me a huge amount of gold. I don't have a very good trade setup because of the fact that the Caribbean is under the control of the Portuguese, and I don't really have a strong central point that I can go to because my capital is in Mexico, which is not a great place for trade because the trade goes to other places instead of going to Mexico. So it's all going out from here as opposed to going in. The only other trade node that goes into there is locked in and not very good unless you colonize the whole area. So, anyway, so we're going to go ahead and declare war now. And we should be able to take out these armies relatively easily. We're going to go after the Thomond troops first. So, there we go. We just took out those 4. And unfortunately, the Thomond fleet got out first. It looks like they're coming in on their own, though. So, good on you guys for getting yourselves obliterated by my fleet willingly. We still have more ships that are coming in. It looks like everybody is probably just still going about their business as if nothing had happened. England just left a coalition against us, which is good because that means we can declare war on them for free later. And there we go. So these guys, we can go ahead and do this. Chimu's left the coalition. The coalition has deformed because of the fact that Thomond is no longer in it. Without Thomond in it, the English aren't willing to be in it, and without the English, nobody else is willing to be in it. So, we're now keeping an eye out. We're going to drop the speed to 2. One of the key things that I've done that has been a failure in the past is not paid... I haven't noticed when the French start moving their troops around. So I think the French army is probably going to land not over here, but actually by my capital. So we're going to have to pay attention and prevent them from doing that. Can I get over here? I can get over here reasonably effectively, but we'll see whether how we handle this. So the French fleet is probably down here somewhere. I wonder if I could ask for fleet basing rights from Portugal. Unfortunately, no. Maybe I could get an alliance. I guess I can't get an alliance because we're currently at war. So I probably could have gotten an alliance with Portugal, which would have been an interesting way of handling them. I see a bunch of stuff here. I see a bunch of ships, but they're not coalescing into a actual, like, transport fleet or something like that. So, what does this mean for us? I think we're just going to take a look and see if we can find their transports. For now. I should have actually done a recon mission to see where their transports are first. I can't get a thing with these guys, can I? No. Okay, so their transport fleet is not here. I don't know where their transport fleet is, but it ain't here. So what we're going to do is actually send our fleet back home. We're going to see if we find the enemy fleet along the way. If we do, great, we can wipe out their fleet. If not, we're just going to have to bring them back, I guess. So, given that we already have a breach down here, I'm going to send these guys down to take out this fort. And you know what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to send these guys up here I'm not going to worry about it. I am going to worry about it. I'm going to worry about it. I'm just not going to send these guys down there yet. If I have to, I'm going to have to bring... You know, I don't even know if their fleet can reach. I don't know how long the... I don't know how far their fleets are going to be willing to travel. We already know that the French are going to be ignoring the standard stuff that everyone else would have to worry about, because the AI does not have to worry about supply limits for their ships. The ships just... They generally behave as if they had a supply limit, but they don't actually have one. So I'm going to go ahead and detach a siege here. I don't need more than 9,000. Whoa. Okay, we're going to put these guys here. We lost the Holy War Casus Belli against Portugal. That's okay, though. We have the Holy War Casus Belli against their subject. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and detach a blockade here. Are we going to detach a blockade? Yeah, we're going to detach a blockade here. Move over here. Detach a blockade here. And we should arrive... Unfortunately, they have a better general than us, but they don't have the ability to exploit that because they don't have any ships. So, Siege of Limerick is over. We no longer need this blockade. So we're going to go ahead and send these guys in here. We can flank the shit out of these guys, I guess. Oh, never mind, we can't. So we're going to now move all of these troops up to Ulster. Actually, that's a bad idea. We should send these guys in here. This is... We should probably send... Are they seriously going? They're going for it, man. And I see French troops down here. So the French army has shown up down in Bahia. And it looks like these guys are going to attack. Okay, so now what's going to happen is, since we don't need this fleet to be sitting here, we can now put this fleet down south and try to... We're not going to be able to take out the French fleet. We actually don't want to fight anymore. We want to move these guys in here. Actually, do we? I don't even know that we want to move these guys in. We're going to, yeah, for now. Okay, so these guys here appear to just be sitting here. They're not, oh shit, who the hell are these people? Oh, right. That's not a good thing to do. Do I want to leave these guys here? We don't have a choice for now. We'll wait until we have a choice, and then we'll... We now have the choice to bring these guys out. And if we do bring them out... Especially now that they just rolled a 9, so yeah, let's just pull these guys back. We lose that fight, that naval battle, but these guys are now heading to where? They're heading to the North Channel. So... Wait, what? Oh, they're going to Hatton Bank. Okay, so... Now, see, I could have just left them there, which would have had some value, but I decided not to. I'm going to move these guys down here into the Irish Sea. And this should be done soon. Move these guys into Ulster. And they just got... Wow, okay, well, shit. Okay, they are landing a few troops here. We're going to build some... Where'd these guys go? We're going to send these guys back. Okay. So we're going to build 5,000 mercs, which should help us here. These guys are just going to start sending troops in strange manners, apparently. So we're going to take advantage of that. And we are actually going to just leave a... Ooh, do we want to do this? This is a more even fight than I'd like it to be. No. We're gonna attack with all of our troops. And if we don't successfully get this here, we just got it. Perfect. We're moving into Ayrshire. And the hope is that they don't get 2 natural 20s in a row, basically. They actually just need a 11 or higher on a 14-sided die. Okay, so... I'm gonna go ahead and continue colonizing here. So they're starting to siege ECAB. And we cannot change our leaders, so we're not going to. We're going to actually attack, and we're going to arrive at a bad time, so we're not going to do that. I really hope that they don't get that siege. Whew. Defenders desert, that gives us plenty of time to get a 30,000 troop army to go up against their 15. So our troops here are largely consolidated. They do not have a leader, and they're trying to siege a territory that they cannot possibly siege. So we can go ahead and just... We're going to send these guys to Waymill first. And since these guys are the ones who are attacking, we have a very massive advantage here. We have a +2 advantage on every single roll. And there we go. So we're going to go ahead and siege down Lothian. It looks like we are not going to siege down Lothian first. We are going to go wipe out this dinky army. You know what? We're going to send half of our troops to Lothian. There's one guy here. I think these guys can handle it. And the French army is still occupying a random province of mine. So, Thomond, we're not going to be annexing here, so we don't need to worry about doing that. We could just take 2 provinces that we have claims on and call it a day. If we take 3, we would need more work. Do we have a claim on this? Oh. So we would want to be taking Connaught, not Limerick. We have claims on all 3 of these. We are going to go ahead and send this peace offer. There we go. So we can now start coring these provinces. We can't even core all 3 of them. Okay. Alright, so we're not going to send these guys over here anymore, because there's really no reason to. And we can actually there is a reason to. We can go wipe out the Scottish army, because, well... while we can't reach them by land, we can reach them by sea. We're going to move these guys into Inverness, and from Inverness, we're not actually blocked by any forts. They don't have any forts up in the north. So we're going to go ahead and send this fleet over to Lothian. This fleet we're going to send as well, but not until after we have Finished our stuff. And they are actually chilling over here in Orkney. And we don't want to fight them in Orkney, because Orkney is a shitty place to fight them. So instead what we're going to do, we're going to send our fleet over here, and we're just going to move these troops into Sutherland. And as soon as we take Sutherland, this army is trapped. They can't get past Orkney without... they can't get out of Orkney without going through Sutherland, and that is a transport across water that they won't be able to do. So, they have 3,000 troops here. We have no leader. They have no leader. This is grasslands, so we are just going to flank them into oblivion and murder them all. In theory. Hypothetically speaking, they are the French, so there is that. Can I lose 1 stability right now? I guess it comes down to 100 diplomatic power or 100-ish admin power, and admin power is more valuable. Alright, so... we're going to finish off this army here. The French are no longer down here, which means that I need to be careful. They're probably going to be sending a massive army to my capital. Can I even see it right now? I can. Entire fleet, engage. Entire fleet? No. This is just a bunch of transports. We don't need to move them in. So we're going to move down here, and hopefully we'll be able to catch their fleet on its way. I'm glad that I was at least paying attention this time. So we just took Sutherland. As long as we keep, like, a ship here, they can't move. But we need to keep enough ships that we can actually defend it. So we're going to go over to the Western Isles. We gain 20 prestige. And unfortunately, these guys are probably going to be able to arrive before... I mean, I don't know where... They haven't started moving yet, but they're going to start moving probably this month. So, the nobility and the merchants are complaining. I'll go ahead and core Pale. There's no way that we're going to be able to piece this for France out, right? Yeah, it's going to take a long time before we'd be able to do that. So... they seem content to not move their troops for some reason. So I'm not sure what's going on there. We have no leader, which is a concern. They do have at least half as many carracks as we do. So that's also a concern. So we have a loan offer from Aragon. Why would I need money? Perfectly content with the amount that I have. So we have 9,000 troops over here, which is not anywhere near enough to handle the French army. And it looks like they are leaving. I don't know where the French Navy is going. But wherever they're going, they're bringing their troops, so... they are not going after my capital province for whatever reason. And I just need to keep an eye on them as they move around. So who is it that's complaining now? It's the Merchant Guild, who we can give this province to. Or we could if we could core this. So next month we can give them this. I don't know where those guys are going. Are they coming after my fleet? Are they running away from my fleet? I don't know what's going on. They might be coming after this fleet. And since I lost track of them, I'm actually going to send this fleet back up here. But first, I'm going to get them... This is within supply range, right? Yeah. So we're going to put these guys over here. So how many troops does France have? France has 46,000. So the army that I saw over there was only about half of their army. The other half of their army is presumably in their mainland. So we've come here. We're going to wait until the month is up. And they have already arrived with some ships here, which is interesting. This is a separate fleet, though. So our intention here is going to be, I guess, to... My fleet isn't going to arrive in time to do anything relevant, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until the 1st, as I intended, and then we're just going to pop over here with this army. So we need to continue building our spy network here. Let's see. We're just going to leave these troops here for now. And it is the 1st, or not the 1st anymore, it's the 2nd, but... So we're going to send this fleet up as well. And we're just going to leave these guys here until we see the enemy fleet. There's no real reason for us to run away right now, because we're kind of kicking their asses, I think. They're about to lose a... This is a Carrack. They're about to lose their Carrack. And if they lose their Carrack... Okay. They've lost their Carrack, which means that we now have 3 Carracks on the line, and they have no damage to speak of because they're a bunch of barks. So... This seems to have been a major misplay by them. I'm sure they're expecting the rest of their navy to show up, but they're not going to arrive in time. So they're not doing enough damage to really threaten my Carracks. And they are doing enough damage that they could potentially destroy some of my other ships, but they're losing their ships so quickly that I don't think it's going to happen. Like, I think I can just play this fight out, and we just annihilated their entire fleet, and have the ability to now just move away before the rest of their fleet can show up. So, as soon as these guys... When are they going to arrive? The 3rd. These guys will arrive 27th. So, we can't actually do this. These guys don't take long enough to get here. So, we're just going to have to chill here. There we go. So these guys can no longer threaten to do that. And I don't know where the rest of the French fleet is, but my assumption is that they're still on the way. Though they might have stopped for all I know. They might have stopped coming as soon as I did that. So we're gonna go ahead and split off one cog and have the rest of them come over here because we want to finish sieging this down. Hey, gain 1 stability. So we got a supply shortage, which is good. And let's take a look at our fleet. Okay, I don't see the enemy fleet, at least. They're somewhere, but they're not visible right now. I think they're probably either going back home or they're probably going back to my territory. So we can go ahead and have these guys explore. Let's have them explore the Northwest Pacific. Get them as far away as possible. I started the game as Chortley, so I'm a custom nation that founded in Chortley. Sorry if that was a while ago that you said that. I have to look over at my phone in order to see when people send messages. So we basically annexed Mexico within about the first 30 years of the game. And we're doing the For Odin achievement as well as First Come, First Serve, Ideas Guy, and Humble Origins. So all of those achievements are going to be done on this run. Of course, I already have most of those achievements. Or, sorry, I already have First Come, First Serve, so that achievement I'm not going to get on this run because it doesn't allow you to receive the same achievement multiple times. That doesn't track it in future playthroughs, unfortunately. But that's okay. So, we can go ahead and take this Sligo province if we want, but it's really expensive to take, honestly, since we don't have a claim on it. So we can do all this once we get this territory. And that gives us 44% war score, which... Okay, we want to take a little bit more than that. We want to take a little bit more territory than that because otherwise we can't annex them. So, in the next war we won't be able to easily annex them. Let's go ahead and core this. So by coring this, we can now give the merchants control of this province. There we go. And we need to give the nobles something, so... Okay, there we go. Oh, right, do I get... And I don't actually have diplomatic costs for taking extra territory, so we're going to go ahead and take Sligo as well. No, we're not. We're going to leave Sligo because we can... That's a vassal, we don't need to worry about them. And, let's see, we're going to instead... They basically have high war enthusiasm because of the fact that France is in the war. So I guess I'm just going to have to make the French less inclined to continue the war. So we're going to start blockading the French territory here. So actually, I'm going to detach a block. No, I'm not. Because we would need substantially more to blockade the other one. So we've now got their northern coast 100% blockaded. And we can just start chilling on their provinces, basically. The French army is not something that I want to go in against this war. I could conceivably get a beachhead on France, but I don't really need it, so there's no reason to do that, I don't think. So we have NT Zealots that are going to spawn. Potentially. It'll be about a year before they spawn, so... Let's see here. We are... just gonna chill. We do, of course, have to be careful because the French fleet could show up at any point. We're not going to have an army larger than France anytime soon. It's a complete waste of money. Can we build this trade time thing? Okay, we're going to build the trade time fleet once we finish this war. So the Siege of Lothian is now over. So if we wanted... These guys have 1 mobility, we have 2 mobility. So, we can cross here if we want and not suffer any penalties. This is coastline, so it doesn't have any defensive advantages except for the fact that it's... If I do that, I'm going to lose a bunch of troops that I don't necessarily need to. We've got these guys pretty... well in hand right now. So the alternative is to just sort of sit here until they're willing to accept what I want. Because this is all that I want. I don't really want more than that. No, that's not true. That's not true because this is... but no, if I have claims on their provinces in the future, that reduces the war score cost for them. So even if they improve their development a little bit, I can still probably annex them in the next war. So I think I might actually just do it this way. And if I do this, I get... France isn't on the list. So even though they're allied with Scotland, they aren't willing to join a coalition off of them. Then again, it doesn't really make a difference. I say that as if it matters. They're definitely going to join the coalition if I do what I'm intending to do. So... Can I hire an Inquisitor? Yes, I can. So we can get a rank 3 Inquisitor that costs the same amount as a rank 2. And that's valuable enough that I'm going to go ahead and do it. It's very pricey, but it also gives me... This is the 3rd time in a row that I've been able to hire a diplomat. It's kind of cool. So we just lost one of our generals. No, we lost our explorer. So, I'll keep an eye on that fleet. And we now have a slightly slower income. So conquer Yorkshire. I'll take that mission, why not? So England is currently allied with Burgundy and Utrecht. Those are both places that can't reach me. Burgundy doesn't have a navy. Why would you be allied with a bunch of people that literally could not possibly help you? So... England has how many troops? 15,000 right now. But they have plenty of manpower, that's important to know, and their force limit is 25. So they're going to have 25,000 troops relatively quickly and probably maintain that through mercenary use for the entire war. So, can I might actually... And yeah, let's do this. We're going to move these guys down to here, which will increase our blockade percentage. I'm actually going to detach a blockade here. Then we can take these troops, detach blockade. We don't need much of a blockade here, so... Done. Okay, so these... Whoa, we found their fleet. So their fleet was dropping their troops off over here, and I might be able to just piece them out now. No. That's interesting. I increased the blockade percentage, which should increase my war score, but is apparently not. a meaningful amount. So here's the question: do I? And the answer is yes. We might lose some Carracks here, but if we can take out their fleet, it'll be worth it. So if we lose some Carracks, that reduces our ability to fight against other navies. But the only other navies are the French Navy. That's the only navy that I give a shit about right now. So we're going to do this. These guys are going to move up here because no, I've got I've got the one ship there, so we're set. Never mind. Let's see here. We've now got no leader. They have no leader. We're gonna go ahead and send our no leader against their no leader. Actually, I can recruit an explorer right now, and we. Oh, he's great. Alright, so unfortunately, they did move their fleet. We can go ahead and move these guys out. Because they're not going to just let us do what we want here, apparently. But then again, maybe we can get to them. So we just lost our only ship that we had up there. And we need to move these guys up here. These guys are not moving anymore. I'm gonna just chase them down. Ooh. If they lock in earlier than we do, they're not going to lock in earlier than we do, I don't think. So we're both locked in. They're going to Quiberon Bay. Oh, are we out of supply? I'm going to move exclusively the barks over there. And the barks should arrive faster. Whoa. Never mind. So we'll arrive on the 11th of February if we do this. What I want, though, is to... Wait, why was it saying that they were going to arrive in January? That doesn't make any sense. It's already February. That doesn't make any sense. They're not going to arrive then. They're going to arrive on the 10th of February, one day prior to these two fleets getting to where they want to be. So, those barks are basically just going to be getting the fight started, pinning them into a fight so that we can now take out their navy, hopefully. Unfortunately, we are losing our barks, but I'm hoping that they will start losing their more valuable ships. What the fuck? Okay, so there we go. So they just lost 5 Carracks, which is a pretty damn substantial number of Carracks to be losing. And we're going to be heading into St. George's Channel, which is not going to work out for us because they were not locked in. I'm a dope. Okay, well, they're going to move over here. And let's see. We now have... Oh, right, this is just my barks. I forgot that my barks were separate right now. Yeah, that was a weird way for them to work. How is Scotland making gains? That doesn't make any sense. Have I taken Sligo? I've already taken Sligo. So yeah, we're just gonna move these guys in here, I guess. It's gonna be less intensive than trying to do a bunch of fighting that we don't need to do. So these guys have 1 mobility, we have 2, so I don't think I'm gonna suffer any sort of penalty here. You sure you want to have me wipe out your army? Okay, fine. Wipe out your army. Okay, so once we win this fight, that should end the war. They should lose pretty much all of their enthusiasm for this war when this happens. They did not have any ability to run away, I just realized, because I blockaded the channel, which means that they just lost their entire army. And by extension, if I wanted, I could take some other provinces. So, for instance, this is a 1-2-1. This is a 1-1-1. It doesn't matter if I have a claim on these, so we're just going to go ahead and take these. Apparently we're not. Not without getting more war score. Wonder why they're worth so much more war score. They're not even worth very much more war score. It's like +7. Oh, I only have 54%, that's why. Okay, well, all we have to do is leave someone here to siege this down. That should give us some extra war score over what we have right now. The French are not willing to peace out separately, so if this doesn't give me what I need right here, then I'm gonna just call it. Detach blockade, send these guys over. The reason that I want to take these 2 provinces is that would... we don't want to be here. But being here gives us the blockade percentage we need in order to just piece these... Oh, never mind. We didn't take these things. Okay, so we can take one of the 2. And that gives enough that they're only going to require 91... Or another... Yeah. They only require 91% war score to annex in the next battle. So we're going to go ahead and do this. It costs 136 admin power to core all of this. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And we can now move all of our ships up here. So we're pretty close to finishing the British Isles. It's only going to take a couple more wars. So they're sitting at -47 for aggressive expansion. And let's see. England is willing to join a coalition at any point, so... So we just lost the Conquest Casus Belli against Scotland, which means it's time to fabricate our claims. So we're going to fabricate a claim on Lothian. And we have one more. And it's definitely got to be Fife. So we fabricate a claim on Fife. And there we go. Now, I'm going to need 1,200 administrative power in order to get access. No, not 1,200, sorry. Alright, so I actually got missionary schools while I was at war. So I think that what I'm going to do is we're going to go after England. We need to do a couple more wars against them anyway, so we will... maybe not. Okay, Inti Zealots are about to spawn in Esmeraldas and Honvilica. go ahead and do this. And 1. It was not a 1? It's a Wonk. Wonkavillica. Okay. And that is unfortunately a gold-bearing province, but that's okay. That's fine. So this fleet can go ahead and chill here. This is my collection of barks. We're going to give them my... he's an admiral, I guess. Whatever he is. So this is Pacific. Guess we'll explore the West African Sea first. Or sorry, the West African coast. And if we want, we could do a fabrication on England, but there's really not much reason to do more fabrications. We've got enough that we can take all this. This is 16, this is 16, 12, 16, 12. I'm gonna do this. Alright. So the hope here is that we can annex England within the next couple of wars. And we need to get our army back in order. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this person again. He's not very good. His attribute is shit, but let's take a look at England. England now has 15,000 troops. I don't want to go into debt again. Speaking of which, now that we don't have to worry about the French showing up. So we have 4,000 extra troops over there. Okay, so we need to fabricate a claim on Thomond. No, we don't. Correct. The war with Scotland, or sorry, I can go up against Scotland before I can go up against Thomond. So what that means is that as soon as I declare war on Scotland, I can annex Thomond along the way. So we don't have to worry about Thomond joining some coalition first, because they won't have the opportunity to before I go in there. And in terms of this war against England, I'm going to find out where their armies are, and I'm just going to chase them down. We don't have to worry about Burgundy or Utrecht. They're currently completely uninvolved. There's no way for them to actually do anything in this war. So we're going to find... They're not in Kent, which is good. If they're not in Kent, that means that I can find and annihilate their army instantaneously. So their army must be in Oxfordshire. That's the only place the English army no, they could be over here. And if they're over here, that's really good for us, because it means that they're not actually defending the homeland at all. So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to split this army in half. And we're actually going to split off one troop here to go up there. We're going to split off another army here to go to Yorkshire. And we're going to have these guys ready to prop into marches. And then the rest of this army is going to be going around looking for the enemy army. So I think we're ready to go in. If I have to go into debt for this, I will, but that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and have Holy War be our thing. That means that we can take any territory we want. I should not have done that yet because those guys aren't going to arrive when I wanted them to, but whatever. We're going to have these guys go to Derbyshire and then to Lincolnshire. These guys are going to pop into marches. And they do not have an army here at all. They have no army in the homeland. So they're presumably going to start building one. And we're just going to take Norfolk first. Are they building troops? I don't see them building troops in any of these provinces. So the English do not have any troops that are currently where they need to be. They have no troops on the homeland. That's all basically sitting in the colonies. I do not have enough. Shit. We are going to... Okay, so this regiment is going to pop here, and then we're just going to split it into the various things. Okay, so this army needs to split in half. So send one person here, send one person here, one here, and we don't need to send anybody over here. So we can go ahead and... Oh no, that's not enough troops. Alright, so we're going to just send these guys into Essex to start doing that. And once we've taken all of these provinces over here, we can send a decent-sized army along with our fleet. Actually, this fleet, I can just detach a blockade, I think. I don't really think we need to worry about the enemy fleet. I'm going to take a look to be sure, but England's fleet was wiped out recently, so... Yeah, England has 22 ships, which 4 carracks is just not enough to take out any stuff that I have. So we're not going to be doing any Inti. We're going to be doing Nahuatl and the other things first. The reason that we didn't want to do Inti before, or the reason that we didn't want to double up before, is because it really dramatically influences how quickly you accumulate zealots popping up. So we can see right now that they don't have anybody around here. And so we should be able to just... We cannot get from Gloucestershire to elsewhere, but we can at least get there. Okay, well, it looks like they're not building an army. So, if they're not going to build an army, we're just going to fully siege England. And there's nothing that they can even attempt to do to stop it without an army. They are sending a fleet with 14... transports here. I'm gonna go ahead and send this fleet. I have 10 carracks here, so this fleet should be able to take out this fleet. They don't even have any carracks in this, so they're not guarding their transports correctly. Okay, so we're done with those. The Tyrone separatists are getting kind of big. So we'll just do these two Tyrone Separatists. We're at 4.6 unrest. We go to Northwest Pacific. Probably should have done Southwest Pacific before Northwest Pacific, but you know, it's fine. Now, we have Tyrone Separatists popping. I think I can't increase the autonomy here. And we've taken Essex. We're going to move down to... Apparently we can just walk into Kent for some reason. Gonna have these guys pop over here into London. Okay, we're gonna move these guys into London as well. Okay, these guys here can move into Kent. These guys can move into... I don't know, we'll hang on to these guys for now. Okay, so they do have their fleet bringing over enough guys that we need to be concerned. They don't have a leader on this army, though. So these guys are going to Chorley. We're going to try to intercept. So those guys have reached the fleet. Actually, 6,000 troops isn't enough. Now that I think about it, I need more than that right now. These guys will go London as well. Now. So this we're all going to go to Shakujal. They do not have an army leader here. So we can go ahead and put a leader in charge if we want. This guy's assigned to the 6th Army, which is currently... Yeah, we can do this. No problem. Boom. So we can do this. It won't interfere with the siege over much. And we can easily wipe out this army, because we're going to have numerical superiority as well as a dramatically better general, because we've got, what, it's 2-4? Yeah, 2-4. So we'll have a +1 in the fire phase and a +3 in the shock phase. These guys probably won't even get the chance to take the province. Okay, our fleet is right here. They're going to the Venezuelan Gulf, so we're going to go ahead and intercept. They're now going to the Central Caribbean. What the hell is Central Caribbean? No, they're going to the Venezuelan Gulf. Okay. They're locked in, so they're going to go, and we're going to be meeting them there. So we are winning this fight over here. We have no other fights currently active. We both have no leader here, and that should be a no contest, really. Okay, we're gonna go over to Eximchi, whatever that place is called. And let's see. Now, annihilating this army might trigger them to rebuild. They might start building troops all of a sudden, which they thus far have not been doing. And if they do build a bunch of troops in here, that's going to be a problem for me. So we actually arrived first. So, good luck, folks. I think they're taking so long because they haven't explored that region. We're gonna have these guys from Kent pop over here. That's not a good idea. Okay, we're now gonna put this guy in charge. Oh wait, not yet. I wanna finish this fight. When are these guys gonna arrive? Tomorrow. Is there actually a fight? That's weird. Okay. Done. So now, these guys here can get leader. And our goal during this war is to do that. So if we do this, then an enemy coalition is not a problem because, well, I guess it depends on whether, like, we start ending up with places like, yeah. This is not a, this is kind of strange, but this is actually not a dangerous grouping. We have Holland, and Holland is a problem, but we have places like Burgundy and Utrecht and Cologne and all these places that can't actually attack me. So we don't have to worry about aggressive expansion because of the fact that we are going to keep... We're going to be basically keeping France on truce lock along with Scotland, which means that there's nobody that we have to worry about. The Siege of Marches is now over, which means that we can start sending our cannons where they belong. And even Burgundy is... We're going to have a truce with them, so they're not going to be able to declare for a coalition either. So we'll have a bunch of people who can join a coalition against us, and they probably will. But nobody relevant should ever get the chance to join a coalition against us ever again. That's just not something that I should allow to happen. Alright, let's take a look here. We've got Tyrone Separatists. They're still sitting on 80%, so they're not a problem right now, but they will be soon. And we can go ahead and send these three over to... I guess we'll just send them Tessex. It's fine. Actually, it's fine. So, we're going to have England pretty much completely carpet sieged here. How long do I plan to stay up? Well, it's currently 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm planning on, once I finish this war, I'll probably end, because I need to go get lunch. I live in Singapore, so it's the opposite end of the world from most of my viewers. So yeah, no, I'm not staying up late. I'm just... Though I do, I'm an insomniac, so... Sometimes when I stream, it's actually a reasonable hour. Let's see here. But I try to stream whenever possible in the mid-morning time period to early afternoon for me. I think that that's the most effective time for me to be streaming. Because then, you know, my viewers have an easy time watching, because it's actually a reasonable time for them, and for myself, it's... Alright, there we go. And can I declare Holy War on Norway? I can, right? No, I can't. You can't declare Holy Wars across these little... Darn. And I can't fabricate a claim on them, because they're in a personal union, and you can't fabricate claims on personal unions like this. Ooh, hello. So, we're sitting on +3 stability. One of the many great things about republics is the fact that you have the ability to just accumulate stability over time. Because as long as you aren't getting negative events that penalize your stability doesn't just drop naturally. Okay, so once we finish this war, we'll be on truce lock with pretty much everyone. And we're going to go ahead and give these provinces to Northumbria. There's no reason not to. Giving them these provinces will... Why do I have a claim on this? Oh, I have a claim on this because I took the mission to conquer it. So we're not going to... And we're not going to keep it for ourselves. There's no reason to. We want to just give that to Northumberland anyway. And we might actually be able to annex Northumberland relatively soon. I don't know how long it's been, but probably not. It's gonna be. Oh my God! Look at this Republican tradition. What the hell, guys? And we do have some English troops that have wandered across the wastes. Alright, well. I'll need to bear in mind that those guys are there. I don't want them to be... But it doesn't matter, because once London and Norfolk go, I'm pretty sure we can get anything that we want out of these guys. Okay. So... we just won the Siege of Norfolk. Which means that we should be able to get whatever the hell we damn well please. Except we can't. We can't because they are allied with a bunch of people like Burgundy, who we're not going to be able to meaningfully interact with. Where is Utrecht? Oops, that's wrong. Okay, so I'm currently at war. Where is Utrecht? Ah, here they are. So, they're almost willing to peace out. Unfortunately, they're not quite yet. So, I'm going to move these guys over here, and that will hopefully do the job. And it's close, but not quite. So we're just going to wait for these guys to be willing to peace out. Once we can peace out Utrecht, we should be able to hopefully get England to accept this. The problem is that Burgundy is really big, but I guess it's not a big deal to have to waste some more time, because we're just going to be getting things like Church Attendance Day and Divine Supremacy anyway. You know, it's fine. And we can go ahead and put our proper leader in charge over here. So they currently have Archibald over here. So we have English and Tyrannese separatists now, instead of just the Tyrone folk. Okay. So, I'm actually kind of curious because I don't see France on this list, but I do see things like Scotland. Oh, France is on this list. I'm an idiot. So yeah, they're there. So France would definitely be willing to join a coalition at that point, and they're probably just going to keep joining coalitions from that point onward. So we're just going to have to hope that we can keep the places that we're actually intending to expand to out of coalitions. That's the important bit. So these guys are coming to Canary. I'm going to move these guys to Quito, because this is mountains, so I can defend here. There's a lot of separatists that are showing up right now. And we're almost up to the next idea. So stability cost modifier minus 25%, which is useful, but not useful right this second. I'm gonna go ahead and insult France. And that does not get me where I'm going. I'm not getting anything for insulting them. Fine. Alright, so these guys are attacking. I don't think it's a great plan. They do have the artillery advantage, but our leader is so much better than theirs that, I mean, we're going to get a +6 in the shock phase, and we're going to be flanking them hard. So I think this is a really big mistake on their part. They're probably just going to get themselves blown to pieces. Okay, we've cored all of this, and we now have English separatists at 90%. I think it's a good idea to use harsh treatment to deal with them. Maybe. How many troops is it? 14,000? You know what? It's fine. We're gonna send all these troops over there. And, you know, it's possible these guys... Oh, these guys probably can't see my troops here because they don't have this area explored. So I think they were just traveling through and had no reason to stop because they didn't realize that there were 8,000 troops sitting here waiting for them to show up. We just took out... Wow. This army's gonna get annihilated completely. That's great. So we can go ahead and wait until these guys finish over there. Really? Really? Right now? That's when you choose to die? Alright, let's take a look at my military tradition. We're currently sitting on 30 army tradition. So, I'm going to call a diet and recruit a general. And we can go ahead and do this. And he's okay. He's not as good as the last guy was, but it's a good thing he didn't die a little bit prior. There we go. Alright. So that army's down. And the problem is that until we either need to get Burgundy out of the fight, and Utrecht is not willing to peace out. I'm an idiot. Didn't realize that somebody had finished their siege there. I'm just gonna chill like this. This is fine. I'm gonna put the military leader in charge. And we're just gonna wait. We have some uprisings to deal with that we can go ahead and deal with. This is Cork, not Leinster. So Leinster has too much unrest for me to deal with right now. I'm actually gonna start just demanding, like, using military. I've got... we're almost ahead of time. I guess technically we are considered to be ahead of time on military tech. So yeah, I'm just gonna start... I don't want to lose any more troops right now. I'm just gonna do this. The Taiwanese, I don't think we need to do that, but they're only at 1.4%. They're not. Oh, nice. So, we now have another righteous person, and it happens to be the person that we're keeping around for a while. So, he was terrible for a while, but now he's actually got the most important characteristic for a long-term leader, which is that he doesn't really cost very much now. So we're now going to lose about 0.9. I'm going to go ahead and embargo. Anyways, should embargo. Oh, we can't embargo them while we have a truce. And I can't. We're the #1 great power by a pretty substantial margin now. Though we're still behind the Ming in development. So that's too bad, but we'll have to live with that. Okay, we can leave these guys here because there's no supply limit issues in this province. And we have Clan Ricard separatists. Gonna go ahead and just do this for now. So the English do not have really anything going for them right now. There we go. So we've pieced Utrecht out. That gives us another 5%, as well as further putting things in our favor otherwise. It also means that they now only have the English army as a relevant army. The Burgundy troops can't do anything. They don't have a navy. Which means that there isn't even the theoretical chance of anything good coming from all this time wasting that they're doing. So, how am I going to get a casus belli on Denmark? They're currently allied with Muscovy, which is kind of a problem because Muscovy tends to be pretty big. What's your liberty desire? 0, lovely. Also 0. Okay, well. That's a surprising amount of liberty desire. Why is their liberty desire 0? And let's see here. My war exhaustion is just going to sit at 0.68. That's perfectly fine. Okay, Kildare separatists. Let's move these guys over here. So with Northumbria, I don't really see a huge amount of reason to give them much territory. Actually, that's not true. We don't... We have one more tech here to get, and then after that we won't have much use for our, thingamabobber. So, hey! English troops showed up. Hey, folks. I didn't even notice y'all. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and just handle these guys with harsh treatment. It's fine. So we're losing a bunch of military power to this, but again, we don't really need it for anything. Actually, that's not true. In 7 years, we're gonna have the next thing pop up, and we're gonna need like 2,000 military power to do it. I don't know how big of a rush that is, though. So... That's funny. They don't even have the, ooh, you know, we're making gains. Which is surprising, because they actually are legitimately making gains here. This is not... It's not unreasonable for them to have that modifier. So the next time we go after them, they will be, I think, one-shottable. I think we'll be able to annex them outright in one war. Because we're taking a lot of territory from them right now. So... No, they won't be annexable in the next war. It's going to take 2 more wars to annex them. But once we annex them, we can start feeding money into the Brazilian colony that we're going to get for free. Because that colonial nation will be formed by the time we... So at least we have the ticking war score going. How many troops does Burgundy have? They have 25,000 troops. So I think that fighting them would be a unnecessary expense. So we're going to move these guys over to Leinster. We're hopefully going to arrive before the Separatists spawn, and if not, then it will. But we just have to wait here. Luckily, the war exhaustion of the English is going to just keep rising, which is nothing but helpful for us. We can go ahead and... Every time I detach and destroy this mercenary company, I find out that I need it again. So I'm not going to do it this time. I'm just going to keep it. There. So this little army is going to do its thing. Guess they're gonna follow. So, Clan Ricard, Kildarian. Actually, I'm gonna go here. I think this will get rid of all of the thinger there. Alright, we can do Sutherland now. They no longer have the religious zeal thing. And, oh, I just realized we have Ayrshire. So we would have a plus 0.3% right now. And if we take Ayrshire, then we prevent religious zeal from being applied to any more provinces around here. Okay, so... Currently the Leinster Separatists are the only ones that can actually show up. Hey, it's the English Navy. Okay, so we're not going to be able to catch their fleet, I don't think. No, maybe we can. Do we have anti-zealots on this list? Where are the anti-zealots? Not even on the list. Okay, perfect. It's tempting to try and convert Ayrshire, but I really just don't have the ability to right now. So let's just wait here for a second. If we take out this fleet, are we going to arrive first? Nope. I'm gonna pop over here. Because I've been walking these troops places when I could be sticking them on boats. So we're just going to move these guys by ship. It's okay to have a penalty here. We have 20,000 troops here. There's no way on Earth that... Okay, so we have Leinster Separatists. So we're going to move to Pale instead. We're going to move all these troops together. And we should be able to deal with this. They don't have a leader. Actually, I have a... There we go. Alright, these 6 ships are going to go protect trade somewhere. I have 50% of the trade power in Chesapeake Bay. So, Chesapeake Bay, what is the situation up here? I think we have 92 provincial trade power up here now. And 137 total trade power. And nobody else is really up here. I'm going to start transferring trade power with the guy in Panama. And we're going to try collecting in Chesapeake. And once we get everyone together, or rather, once we finish this war, we will we'll start working on the North American conquests. We have a big enough army that we can easily go in there, and we'll have enough time to do it. The problem is that we don't have a lot of manpower, but that's okay. Now, here's the question. We need one more tech here. We just need to get Divine Supremacy, and we'll be... We give them this, that puts them up to... We give them an admiralship, that puts them up to... Do they have something fading soon? Yes. Advancement of the merchant class is fading soon. I'm going to go ahead and do this. And grant monopoly charters. And then demand diplomatic support. This gives me 150 diplomatic power, which I could use to immediately get this, but I don't want it. And then let's see, what else do we do? Okay, so claims. Do we need to fabricate claims? We might as well fabricate some claims on Lenape. They are currently allied with the Iroquois, Mahican, and Susquehannock. Iroquois are right here, right? Oh, perfect. So if we fabricated claim here, then we can annex all of this territory. And now we're going to start trying to take serious control of the Chesapeake Bay trade. We also need to start getting control of the Caribbean trade. A plutocratic crew to deal with, but that's fine. So Clan Ricard Separatist has shown up in Connacht, which is a problem because, while I didn't realize this just now, those guys are showing up in a place that I have to cross the river to get to. There's no way these guys are gonna let me. Oh, I can actually get military access through these guys. Let's see. We have 20,000 troops here. Will we arrive first? Yes, we arrived first. Whew. The question now is, are we actually going to win the fight? Okay, so we have Methian separatists who are going to be showing up soon, and we still have the Kildarian separatists to deal with. So we got all sorts of separatism going on right now. And let's see. So we won this fight. I'm gonna go ahead and send these guys back over here. So let's see here. Kamagui has become self-sustaining. We're not going to core it yet. I'm about to get coring cost reductions. We don't want to do any more coring until we finish with that. And let's see. The other thing that I want to do, I'd like to start getting this territory here, but nah. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start colonizing inland. So this province here is the one that's got the estuary. So we're going to send our colonists here. In addition, that gives us access to declaring war on all y'all. So that should help us in the future. Oh shit. Oh. Hello, fleet. Okay, so there's really no reason for us to continue to be engaged in this fight, so let's just retreat. Oh, they're actually just retreating to the coast? Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so we want them to protect trade in Chesapeake Bay, I think. Okay, so they're now on the other side there, and we're set. Okay, these guys can now move here. Drop off their troops. So this army will actually drop the chance of rebellion by more than 3%, I think. So there we go. So we don't have to worry about those separatists. The Methian separatists we do have to worry about, but we can do pretty much the same thing there. All we have to do is play a bit of whack-a-mole here. Answers cost likes. Answers don't cost likes. You can ask questions. It's fine. I like answering questions. I like interacting with the chat when possible. So We do not want to give the Merchant Guilds influence, so we have to do this. Oh god! Oh wait, no. Losing administrative power. But at the same time, I can't do this because I'll get a plutocratic coup. Fuck it. We're doing this way. This is insane. There's no reason why I should be doing this. Okay, so they're actually only at 81%. So, what can I do here? So we have 9 years before that goes away, which is too many years. Which means that we're going to have to get some sort of effect to get rid of that. So let's take a look here. Okay, so we're going to... I guess I can split this army in half. There we go. So that should hopefully do what I needed to do. Now the nobles are demanding control of provinces. Which is fine. Here, have this trashy province. And we are set. I'm gonna go ahead and make a generous donation here because the tax modifier difference is enough to make up for it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and increase the speed because we've been sitting on speed 2. I usually sit on speed 3, but anytime you need to worry about your navy, you want to slow things down a bit. So Scottish separatists are now a problem. So we can go ahead and make the Highlands into a state, and we don't want to core this. We can go ahead and make the Lowlands into a state. So that brings our autonomy down. We're going to go ahead and keep this guy again. And we got plus 50 admin power, which is great. So we get Divine Supremacy, we get Expansionist Empire, core creation cost minus 15%, and we can now start coring whatever we want. So we don't have to worry about whether we're wasting anything. Unless we do. Oh no, what's my... I have Snotra! No! Oh god! Oh no! Ugh, the guy that I'm keeping around for so long is Snotra. Son of a bitch. Well, mistakes were made. I should have gotten rid of this guy for... Well, what I should have done was realize that this was someone that I was going to have to keep around, and thus, done the right thing and given him the correct stats. Alright, so... what are we doing here? I'm not really in a rush to peace out. Oh, now I am. So now we're in a rush to peace out because any territory that the peasants take is territory that we don't control. So we're going to go ahead and stop building a spy network here. On the plus side, the territory that these guys are going to be taking is not territory that I care about. It's not territory that I need to keep as part of the war score, or part of the war goal, rather. So, let's see. Yeah, so I stayed at 81% when that happened. So there we go. They're willing to piece this out now. And this will give me 80% overextension. It will cost 469 administrative power in order for me to core all of this. So I think I am going to wait a little bit longer. We're just going to wait until... direct them to an existing colony. I usually have more money when I'm playing a major colonizer, but I am spending too much money right now to be able to do that willy-nilly. Okay, so these guys have Inti Zealots. For some reason. So we're going to detach these guys. Okay, so we can go ahead and convert Ayrshire now. Pretty fast, too. Alright, so these guys can be deleted now. We don't need the maintenance costs. Okay, and we are now only at 80% war score. But this should just continue ticking in our favor, so we should be fine. So they're now, both of these are fortresses that are being sieged now, so I don't have to worry about the peasants causing me problems, really. They're just going to be causing problems. Scottish separatists are currently only going from Ayrshire. I'm going to go ahead and do harsh treatment for now. So the unrest in this province is 0, which means the Kildare separatists are off the table. We're going to move over here. We're almost to the point where we can do this. Just have... Okay. So this is down to what now? Okay. Whew. We've successfully done another conversion, and converting should go very quickly now. We've got 2 of these, and we've got the ideas for it, so... Let's see. The plutocratic coup is no longer a problem because our autonomy in a variety of places is dropped, so... Let's make sure that we can... Do we have any... No, not right now. This... If we wanted to make this a state, we could do that, but I'm not going to do that. Let's see. Authority controlled by the Merchant Guild. Do we have any territory? Okay, we don't have an estate here. There we go. And let's see. Massachusetts. Yeah, we don't need to be giving anything else to them. Who's the other one? It is the clergy and the nobility, so both of them. Unfortunately, these guys are sitting on 80.6. It looks like... Let's take a look here. I'm probably going to have to leave them low enough to piss them off for a while, so let's see. Nope, 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 not giving them that. Give this to either one. There we go. Okay, so okay. So we're just going to accumulate a little bit of power here while keeping the war going. The disadvantage of doing this, of course, is that the longer we wait on piecing out, the more time we have to wait before we can attack them again. But that's okay. I'm not going to core all this stuff yet, because I don't think that it's a good idea to spend my very limited resources on that right now. We're going to explore the Southeast Pacific coast. It's nice to finally be exploring coastlines again. Can I just peace out Burgundy? Nope. We don't want to do that anyway, even if we could. Okay. So English and Gaelic separatists are both a problem, but this place we can at least reduce the separatism. Let's see. I'm gonna move over here. So the Gaelic separatists are going to be coming from the Highlanders, presumably, yeah. So the Highlanders... Oh, this isn't going to continue. I just realized this. I'm at war with someone who has a core here, so I'm not going to be getting, I'm a dope. So let's see here. If I do this, I peace out of the war. Oh, I need to do it now, because they have a siege that's about to finish. Alright, so we're doing this. So, we've now taken control of a very, very large swath of Britain. We can go ahead and give the Northumbrians these two provinces because they are theirs. So we can grant them Northumberland and grant them Yorkshire. So that gives them a really nice drop there. And I think I'm going to give them Derbyshire. I don't really want it. Or rather, I don't want to core it right now. If I give them Derbyshire, I can't form a claim on this province. And if I give them both of these, I can keep the fortresses without actually having to... do stuff. So I think I'm going to give them at the very least Derbyshire. It's not a very great province. How do you have debt? And let's see. If I were to core everything that I have now, would cost slightly more than what I have right now, but not by very much. It would take a couple more months for me to be able to core all of this. So the big question then becomes, do I want to core this myself, or do I want to start accruing things that these guys can be doing? I'm actually getting to the point where I'm going to want to get... You know what? I'm going to do this. I think that it's worthwhile to grant them these. So we're going to grant them marches. And I'm actually just going to grant them all these provinces that I just took. Because I have other avenues of expansion. This allows their missionaries to be responsible for expanding through this territory. I can go ahead, and I should have done this before I started giving away provinces, but I can fabricate these claims now. So I can fabricate a claim on Hampshire, fabricate one on Oxfordshire, and I'm going to need more than one war anyway to finish them off, so it's all good. So all of this territory down here is going to be part of a colonial nation eventually. So when I annex the... What are you doing here? So for whatever reason, they were just hiding there rather than going somewhere useful. And let's see. Overextension is no longer dangerously high, but do I want to take this territory for myself, or do I want to give it to... I think coring this is cheap enough that it's better to just core it. So we're going to core this. England is no longer a valid rival for the Blades of Aldrea. Our power projection is now 100. So we're gaining 0.2 Republican tradition from that. So we're getting 1.7 a year, which means that we're actually losing 1.8. Or sorry, not 1.8. We're losing 0.8 per year that we keep the same guy in charge. I think that we're going to swap to a new leader. Wow, look at that! 15 admin power! Oh no, we can't swap to a new leader because this guy's righteous, so never mind, screw that. So we can go ahead and stop our trade embargo with these guys. Okay, we can't revoke our embargo for another month. And do we have anything else? Yes, we can fabricate a claim on Kent. Perfect. So getting a claim on those 3 provinces is going to be good for us. And we'll just take... So Holland has joined a coalition, Chimu, Flanders, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of people are joining a coalition, but it's not going to go anywhere, so who cares? And let's see. We now have a truce with these guys for a few more years. We have a truce with Thomond that's going to last for a little while longer. And we have a truce with Ireland. Actually, not Ireland. This is Scotland. Okay, so we've now managed to do this annexation. The next thing that we're going to be doing is we're just going to be declaring wars over here and starting to just annex everyone in this region. We're going to obviously be having to go into wars against France and Scotland some more as well. Let's take a look at the French Navy. The French Navy has 54 total ships in it, of which 8 are heavy ships. At some point I might need to start rebuilding my heavy ships, but probably not for considerable time. We have friendly relations with Aragon right now, which is kind of cool. I could actually offer them an alliance and they would accept, which is pretty interesting. They have actually taken control of all this portion of Italy, and there's really no reason for me to do that. They're going to want me to fight Castile and Portugal if we did that. So I don't see much reason to get into an alliance with Aragon. But at some point, if we end up having difficulty, so for instance, with Denmark, they're allied with Friesland and Muscovy. I don't think that they're going to be a problem. But the year is 1545. We've taken about half the British Isles, and that's going to be it for today. Thank you, everyone, for watching. It has been a pleasure to stream for you today, and I hope to see you all again next time.